Missed our video on Dell's rebranding, which featured a one-to-one ripoff. Currently, there are 4 generations of Apple Silicon, with the manufacturing process node, efficiency, and single-threaded performance increasing as we go from M1 to M4. Within each generation, there are base, Pro, Max, and Ultra tiers, with the number of processing cores, GPU performance, and the maximum amount of unified memory increasing as you go up, or sometimes increasing within a tier, or decreasing. I don't know, it's complicated. What isn't complicated is the most exciting feature of the brand new MacBook Air. It's blue! Okay, seriously, the sky blue color, it's pretty nice looking. But for us, the bigger deal here is the upgrade to the M4 base processor. It's still passively cooled, which is likely to result in thermal throttling during heavy workloads, but under lighter conditions, this thing should absolutely fly. It's got 10 of Apple's latest ARM CPU cores and anywhere from 8 to 10 GPU cores depending on the configuration. As for unified system memory, Apple is continuing their recent purging of 8 gig systems from their lineup, so we get 16 gigs in the base config. But, like the rest of their lineup, if you want any more than that, you need to be ready to pay for it. And I'm talking more by weight than literal gold, with an additional 16 gigs of memory costing an obscene $400 upcharge. In fairness, I guess part of that goes towards a small GPU upgrade, but still. The webcam also gets an upgrade to the 12 megapixel center stage camera that we saw in last year's MacBook Pro refresh. It supports automatic reframing to keep you from accidentally leaning out of the shot, and it supports desk view, a trick where you can duct tape your iPhone to the top of your laptop and turn it into an alternate second feed in video conference software like FaceTime and Zoom. The M4 processor on these new machines supports up to 2 displays, that is, on top of the built-in one, and the new machine keeps intact all of the things that already made the MacBook Air great, including its aluminum unibody, Touch ID, 500 nit Liquid Retina display, and Wi-Fi 6E. And as a bonus, Apple actually dropped the starting price to $1,000. Okay, it's a little on the iterative side, but if you were shopping for a Mac, it's still pretty exciting. Though not nearly as exciting as the new Mac Studio, where we get upgraded M3 and M4 chips. Now, one of these is faster than the other, and I'm gonna give you a second to guess. Did you say M3? Well, if you did, you're right. Wait, what? How does that work? Well, it's simple. Apple took 2 of their M3 Max chips and glued them together using what they call ultrafusion. This technology is similar to AMD's Infinity Fabric, where they use a silicon interposer between the 2 CPU dies and join them together to make them appear in software as a single discrete chip. This trickery allows the top M3 Ultra SKU to have a whopping 32 CPU cores and 80 GPU cores, along with a 32-core neural engine. So yeah, a single M4 core might be a little faster than a single M3 core, but when you've got that many of them, oh, is it ever fast. It won't come cheap though. If you want an M3 Ultra, the minimum memory config is 96 gigs. Though, if we're being realistic, most of the buyers of this machine are gonna take more because while Apple talks about improvements to dynamic caching and hardware accelerated mesh shading and ray tracing, the Mac Studio is clearly designed from the ground up to be an AI monster of a machine, where being able to load your entire model into memory can be hugely beneficial, especially in systems where that memory can be allocated between the CPU or, more likely, the GPU, depending on your needs. And you'll be running some seriously big models on this machine, thanks to Apple offering configurations with up to half a terabyte of RAM on the Mac Studio. That is, as long as you're okay paying an extra $4,800 US for the privilege. Speaking of expensive upgrades, you can also equip the Mac Studio with up to a 16 terabyte SSD for also $4,800, bringing the top config up to an eye-watering $14,099. It kind of feels like Apple took the criticism that the Mac Pro was overpriced compared to the Studio and thought, well, we could discount the Mac Pro, or, hear me out, we could jack up the Studio. Anybody? Now, in fairness, the base version of the new Mac Studio isn't that outrageously priced, starting at $2,000 for an M4 Max chip with 14 CPU cores and 32 GPU cores and 36 gigs of unified memory. It's about the same as what you'd find in the current gen MacBook Pros. But as seems to be typical for Apple these days, that starting price quickly balloons as you start to option out your machine. You want more RAM? Oh, well, you'll need to shell out for 8 extra GPU cores, just to unlock the privilege of spending $200 for just 12 gigabytes of RAM. Ouch. There is some more good news though. Every Mac Studio now comes with 4 Thunderbolt 5 ports for blazing fast 80-ish gigabit connectivity, a 10 gig Ethernet port, and on the M3 Ultra, you can connect up to 8 displays simultaneously to build the ultimate Mac granddaddy of a battle station. For those of you looking for something a bit more touching though, we also got new iPad Airs. The key upgrade here is an M3 processor with 8 CPU cores, 9 GPU cores, and 8 gigs of RAM. Apple claims that compared to an older M1 iPad Air, you can expect 35% faster CPU performance in multi-core loads and 40% faster GPU performance. Apple also has a new Magic Keyboard for the iPad, which connects magnetically and has a larger built-in trackpad. Now I'm told that the price actually went down on these accessories, but good lord, are they ever not cheap? At $269 and $319 for the 11 and 13-inch keyboard respectively. Like, does Apple not know how incredible of a keyboard you can get for $320? Anywho, this means that, as usual, if you just want a tablet, the iPad Air is actually a pretty darn decent value, especially given that Apple hasn't increased the price over last gen. It's just that once you add in a keyboard and a stylus, you are getting dangerously close to a base MacBook Air, which gets double the RAM, double the storage, more cores, not to mention a real operating system. I think you can all guess which one I would choose. Our biggest surprise from this event, though, was that Apple was able to deliver price cuts to the MacBook Air and the Magic Keyboard despite the tariffs that the current US administration is imposing, which will impact the price of electronics more broadly. This has led to some speculation that the new MacBook Air might be made in Malaysia or in Vietnam to avoid tariffs on Chinese-made goods, but we won't know for sure until we have them in hand for our short circuit unboxing video. So maybe act fast if you're looking for a new laptop, or if you're looking for a new segue to our sponsor, Paperlike. If you thought that nothing can replace that sketchbook you carry around with you, think again. Transform your iPad into the ultimate writing and drawing companion with Paperlike 2.1, a uniquely designed screen protector that uses a proprietary microbead technology called nanodots to emulate the stroke resistance of real paper. It lets display light shine around and through the screen protector with minimal refraction, so you get optimal picture quality and little to no glare, meaning you can do other stuff on your iPad too when it's time to take a break. They even have a 100-day satisfaction guarantee, so if you're not completely satisfied or you messed up while putting it on, you can get a free replacement or refund. Pick yours up today using our link in the video description. If you guys enjoyed this video, maybe go check out our announcement video for the iPhone 16e. Had some controversial takes, but... Wow, look at that! The iPhone 16 family is finally getting the SE treatment. I mean, sure, it's unapologetically missing a few things like MagSafe, the Dynamic Island, and the S thanks to a new, totally not confusing naming scheme. But it still looks like kind of a budget banger, especially compared to the last SE model that Apple released way back in 2022. I'm talking bigger, better display, longer battery life, the new action button, Apple Intelligence, an A18 processor, USB-C, and... wait, what's a C1 modem? Oh, look at this! Apple's billion-dollar purchase of Intel's modem development unit is finally bearing some spherical fruit. Exciting. But, the price went up a lot, hey? Even if we adjust for inflation, and I guess considering how much everything else has gone up over the last few years, like haircuts, I guess we shouldn't be too surprised, even if it is a tough pill to swallow. Like today's segue to our sponsor, War Thunder. War Thunder is one of the most comprehensive vehicle combat games and lets you take command of over 2,500 tanks, planes, helicopters, and ships from 10 major nations. So don't wait. Join the over 70 million players on War Thunder today for free on PC, console, or mobile using our links in the video description. On the surface, there's nothing too different about the iPhone 16e, but that in itself is a big difference. See, the last budget iPhone was the third generation iPhone SE, and this thing was kind of awesome. It featured the same A15 Bionic processor as the then flagship iPhone 13 Pro, with 4 gigs of RAM and 64 gigs of storage for just $429. But it packed all of that goodness in an older style chassis that clearly outed you to your more affluent friends who could afford a real iPhone. Which is why I think, all jokes about it aside, Apple ditching the SE branding actually makes a ton of sense here, because the new one is less of a shabby edition and more of an iPhone 16 Essentials edition with darn near the same industrial design as a just 5-month-old flagship device that costs hundreds of dollars more. This time around then, the only obvious tells are going to be the older style display notch, the larger bezel, and single rear camera bump. On the subject of the display, I was actually pretty surprised to see the entry-level model finally get an OLED. Not because Apple couldn't do that, but because in the past, they haven't as a way to differentiate it. I mean, sure, it lacks always-on functionality and it's only 60 Hz, just like the 16 non-Pro, but it still supports 1200 nits peak brightness HDR, comes with Apple's outstanding ceramic shield to improve glass durability, and has darn near the exact same pixel density as the regular iPhone 16. When you consider how most content is mastered, this thing is going to deliver a viewing experience that most people will find indistinguishable from a higher priced model. And the same goes for performance. The iPhone 16e gets nearly the same cutting-edge A18 chip as the non-E, with the only difference, at least on paper, being the loss of one of its 5 GPU cores. Now, I don't know about you guys, but my auntie, whose first smartphone actually was a first-gen iPhone SE back in the day, she is not going to care about that, and neither will a lot of people when overall, we're going to be dealing with a device that feels remarkably responsive and will also likely get 6 to 7 years of software updates if Apple's track record is anything to go by. Now, there are certainly aspects of the 16e that don't feel very future-proof. The mere 8 gigs of RAM feels pretty stingy if you compare it to flagship, or even compare it to similarly priced Android phones. But, hey, at least Apple's stinginess here is the same as the rest of the 16 family, meaning that the 16e should be able to age out of new feature support in lockstep with the rest of its family members. And, hey, at least the base model gets a reasonable 128 gigs of storage now, which should be enough for capture-the-moment photographers like me, but will certainly still sell plenty of iCloud subscriptions to anyone who wants to shoot 4K 60 FPS footage with the rear shooter. On that subject, the camera this time around is kind of interesting. Instead of using 2 separate lenses and sensors for wide and telephoto, Apple claims that the 48 megapixel rear shooter on the 16e will deliver the same great resolution as the rest of the iPhone 16 family, and thanks to its Fusion camera, will also deliver high quality telephoto shots, all from a single camera bump. Now in practice, digital zoom is simply not on par with optical zoom, and if it was, hey, Apple wouldn't bother to include separate cameras on their higher-end devices. But, with that said, they're only claiming 12 megapixels of resolution for the telephoto shots, and between cropping the sensor and using the A18's impressive neural processing capabilities, I actually expect it to be a very competent camera. They don't specifically say anything about the microphone array being as good as the others in the family, but they do mention Dolby Vision video capture and high-quality audio. Neato. Even the quality of life features are uncharacteristically near par with Apple's more premium devices. We get the previously mentioned action button, which in my opinion is way better than the camera button. We get IP68 water resistance. We get a mere 1 fewer hour of rated battery life and video playback, and yeah, okay, we lose MagSafe, so all your cool friends with their cool magnetic battery banks and car mounts can rub that in your face. But only until you buy a third-party case that has some alignment magnets in the back, and then boom, you're right back up there with the Joneses, albeit at a slower 7.5 watt charging rate. One thing you won't be able to upgrade with a case, though, is the wireless chip. I am really interested to learn more about this thing. The iPhone 16e is the first look that we're getting at Apple's new C1 modem, a 4G, 5G, GPS, and satellite-capable wireless connectivity chip that they developed internally in an attempt to free themselves from Qualcomm's near monopoly on advanced mobile communications chips. For those of you who haven't been keeping track, way back in 2019, Apple bought out Intel's modem division. It cost them $1 billion, but they gained about 2,200 staff and, perhaps more importantly, over 17,000 wireless technology patents. In the long term, it could pay off for them in a big way, though it's obvious that they still have some work to do. The C1 doesn't appear to support high-speed millimeter wave at this time, so that's a drawback if you live in a dense urban area where millimeter wave can be found. But for most people, I doubt that part's going to matter much. What's more likely to matter is the 16e's lack of support for ultra-wideband spatial detection, so Find My is going to be a little slower with your AirTags, and its lack of support for Wi-Fi 6E or Wi-Fi 7 with their 6 GHz band offering incredible speed and low interference from nearby devices for users of more expensive iPhones. Bummer. The question on your mind right now then is probably, why does Apple care enough to spend so much on a less featured modem in order to break free from Qualcomm? Well, past legal disputes aside, every single time Apple buys a modem from Qualcomm, they are funding the creator of the Snapdragon SoCs that power the iPhone's largest Android competitors. And Apple buys a lot of those modems for a lot of money, on the order of billions of dollars a year. We don't know much else about the C1 modem at this time. Apple does claim that it offers better power efficiency than the Qualcomm options in their other phones, and that it will be basically feature complete on the important stuff, even offering satellite SOS. But as someone who dailied an iPhone 4 for years, I'm both excited and also a little apprehensive about Apple's cellular engineering. Now might be a good time to talk about USB-C. Yes, it is a good cable that is super universally adaptable and used by everyone and everything, isn't it, Apple? Seriously though, massive shout out to the EU for forcing Apple to change their tune on USB-C. And shout out to this gorgeous shirt from LTTstore.com. Wait, is that an elephant in my pocket? Yes, we've got a handful of room elephants to address, starting with the lack of Touch ID. Remember Touch ID? iPhone SE users definitely do, and the 16e does away with it, finally completing Apple's migration across their entire phone lineup. Now, gesture controls, I don't mind. I don't need the button for that, but I do still feel that the lack of a fingerprint sensor in the rear Apple logo is a massive missed opportunity for those of us that prefer this to this. And I know a lot of SE users feel the same. That is going to feel like a downgrade for some folks. The next big one is, having spent the last few months daily driving an iPhone, iOS 18, it's kind of a pile of garbage. I made a whole video about this, which you guys can go check out, but in a nutshell, it's probably the buggiest software that I can remember using from Apple. And while Siri might be a little more tolerable thanks to her AI personality transplant, I encounter freezes and app crashes on a nearly daily basis. Bleh. Finally, this event seems to indicate once and for all that, sorry Andy, the Mini is never coming back. I know. This device would have been a perfect one to put a smaller screen on in order to differentiate it from the full 16 and from the 16 Pro. But instead, it's almost the exact same size. Sorry, everybody. Which doesn't mean we won't see any changes to the iPhone form factor in the future. The rumor mill has been spinning hard about the maybe upcoming iPhone 17 Air. That one is supposedly only 5.5 millimeters thick at its thinnest point, although that might feel like kind of a stupid boast if it still has a big chunky camera. For the time being, it's only a rumor, but part of me kind of hopes it's fake, and instead, we finally end up with something more akin to an Apple Fold when the new phones launch, probably in the fall. As for right now, the iPhone 16e goes up for pre-order this Friday in 2 very boring colors, and then it'll be launching a week later on the 28th of February. And that's all Tim and the team had for us today. So I guess all I've got left is this segue to our sponsor, War Thunder. War Thunder is the free combat game that brings you the most immersive Battlefield experience. You can choose from over 2,500 tanks, planes, helicopters, and ships from 10 major nations, ranging from 1920s fighter planes to modern-day war machines. They're even modeled after the real machines, so you'll notice all the little details while you're wreaking havoc. And to add to the realism are sound effects that will rock your eardrums and damage modeling that will reflect on your vehicle in real time. You can even customize your ride with tons of camo, historical markings, and decorations. And when a vehicle goes down, the X-ray damage cam will show you exactly what happened, where the shot hit, what it took out, and how it tore through. And now, War Thunder has a brand new mobile version for iOS and Android, so you can take the battle on the go. So don't wait. Join over 70 million players on War Thunder for free on PC, console, or mobile using our links in the video description. If you guys enjoyed this video, why don't you go check out my 30-day iPhone challenge. I think I'm up to more like 90 days now. Still don't love it.
The EVGA Classified Super Record 2 is an utterly unique piece of gaming history. When it was released, this motherboard and the 2 CPUs inside it would have set you back nearly $4,000 US. Add some memory, case and power supply, probably a handful of GPUs for that sweet quad SLI action. And we are dangerously close to a gaming system that would cost $10,000 adjusted for inflation. A gaming system. All I can say is for that kind of money, this thing better be pretty darn future-proof. It better be. Would you look at the time? It's future o'clock. So, to see if the SR2 still fits, we put together a library of awesome games that still support SLI, and we got our hands on not one, but 4 of the fastest quad SLI GPUs that EVGA ever built to see how this monster holds up 9 to 13 years later.
Like the video if you think that's a good question to answer.
Certainly better than that segue to our sponsor.
FlexiSpot. With improved stability, a weight capacity of up to 540 pounds, and a 15-year warranty, the FlexiSpot E7 Plus is built to stand the test of time. Pun intended. Check it out at the link down below. The very first thing you'll notice about the classified SR2 is its massive size. This ain't your mama's EATX, and it ain't even your pappy's XLATX. It uses a form factor of EVGA's own design, HPTX, that weighs in at a colossal 15 inches by 13 and a half. Their justification? Well, where else are we going to put the 2 Xeon Workstation CPUs, the 12 sticks of DDR3 memory, and the whopping 7 PCIe Gen 2x16 expansion slots? To even get that much hardware support, in spite of EVGA marketing this platform to enthusiasts and gamers, they used an Intel 5520 server chipset. So, as we mentioned before, we've gone with the best chips available for it, a pair of Xeon X5690s. All in, we're talking 24 total threads with 24 megabytes of cache operating at turbo speeds of up to 3.73 gigahertz. And the word on the street is that if you're willing to risk your substantial investment, $1,600 US each, they overclock like wild on this board. Challenge accepted. To make the platform more friendly to consumers, the classified SR2 supports non-ECC RAM, so the same kind you would put in a gaming system rather than a server or a workstation. We did find that the support for it was a little bit spotty, especially when we tried to cobble together kits out of older sticks we had lying around, but thankfully, Corsair still makes DDR3, and they sent over enough sticks for us to cobble together a couple of triple-channel DDR3 1600 kits. Will we get better performance than dual channel in games? Almost definitely not. Is it cool? Heck yeah, it is. Is it soft? No. For that, you're gonna need the new Polo from LTTstore.com. Time to get this mama jama installed and,
Thankfully, we've got a solution. The one, the only, EVGA DG85. I flipping love this case. It's gonna require a little bit of work, but this case unironically holds up extremely well. HDMI pass-through for VR, a built-in rear door for a super clean look, an acrylic side panel, and acrylic interior panel, not to mention ample cable management. The only issue is that these standoffs are not in the right place, though that seems to be more the board's fault than the case's fault. I'm gonna have to mask these off. 3 screws, seems pretty good. Now, something that doesn't hold up as well is the storage support on this board. Modern NVMe drives require a UEFI type firmware rather than an older BIOS type firmware, and the SR2, it ain't got it. There are hacky workarounds involving a bootloader on a SATA device and then handing off to an NVMe device, but for simplicity, we've stuck with tried and true SATA. 2 terabytes for our library of SLI compatible games. Now we need to think about power. If we want to run not 1, not 2, but 4 980 Ti's, I mean, that's 1,000 watts right there. And our CPUs are going to draw up to 130 watts each. That's over 1,200 watts. If only there was someone who made a power supply that could... Oh, well, okay, you spoiled it. Okay, fine, we're using the EVGA Supernova 1600 T2. And the size isn't the only weird thing about this motherboard. I mean, look at all of these extra power connectors. We've got 2 8-pins for the CPUs, and then an additional 3 6-pin PCI Express for auxiliary power for, well, potentially all these devices. That won't be a problem for us, though, because we don't care about cable managing this build. There we go. We chose this particular card because it's a 2-slot variant, so when we went to add 3 more of them, they would actually fit without using risers. Plus, I mean, look, it's EVGA. We had to go EVGA. We have a top-of-the-line GPU with a 384-bit bus and 6 gigs of memory was only $650. Practically pay that much for a GPU with 6 gigs of memory today. Okay, I mean, not quite, but jeez. Anyway, we're gonna take a baseline with just one of these cards, then we're gonna add some more. She works! It's alive! 2 CPUs, let's go. What better way to try out our sick gaming system than Crysis 2? Considering it's only running at between 60 and 70 FPS at 1440p, I wouldn't say it's running especially well, but that was kind of this game's whole deal. Let's see if our system can handle something more modern. What about Cyberpunk?
Hold on.
Oh.
Hold on, it doesn't say play again.
I wanted to play the new Crysis, Cyberpunk, but Red Launcher's crashing even with the legacy patch. That's fine. Let's overclock this thing. Man, I do not remember how to overclock on this platform. In fairness to me, it's been over 10 years, okay? Let's just try Dummy OC. Dummy OC, let's go. Oh, it worked. We are over 4 gigahertz. Dummy OC for the win. Effortless. A little bit more voltage. Easy 4.2. Dang. CPUs are only at like 60 degrees too. This is why people used to overclock, because there was a point. I want more though. Oh my god, that was 400 watts. Decided to go for gold here. We went straight to 4.5 gigahertz. Are we gonna get it? Ooh, ooh, she crashed. 4.35? I believe.
Blue screen!
We're gonna take the easy W at 4.2. Blah, 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 blah. What kind of FPS are we looking at? I'm vibe checking. Frame view doesn't work on Windows 7, so we just have to vibe the FPS. I would say it's not a lot better, but it's a little better. I'm seeing far fewer dips into the mid-60s. That indicates to us that a faster CPU never hurts, but it wasn't our main bottleneck. Thankfully, we have a plan. Let's see how many GPUs we can stuff in here. By the way, did I mention we're sucking back like 500 watts with only one 980 Ti right now? To somewhat control our benchmarking, I am going to look at this flame. That's going to be our scene. 93 frames per second. A-do-do-do, a-do-do-do. And now you see why we didn't bother cable managing anything. While there are 9 PCI slots at the back, and in theory, that's all we need, because the first 2 are unoccupied, and then we've got 7. Oh, right. That last card is a double slot card, and there's nowhere for it to go. That's where our new case comes in. Did Justin make this test bench?
Oh yeah.
Did he do it really fast?
Oh yeah.
Nice. Unironically, this is how a lot of people ran SR2s. I mean, it's right in the name. This was not a daily driver platform for regular consumers. It's the Super Record 2. Something about loading up a motherboard with GPUs that just, man, I miss it. You know? Time for the big moment. The Quad SLI bridge. Oh, yeah. Now for the most fun part. Figure SLI, maximize 3D performance. Casual 400 watts at the desktop, 500 watts at the desktop, no big deal. This really is the Hummer of gaming machines. All this brick of GPUs would cost you back when it was new was $2,600 US. Accounting for inflation is about equivalent to two 4090s today. But hey, it's got 24 gigs of VRAM, just like a 4090. Maybe it'll keep up. No, that's not how that works. That's not how any of this works. Last time we ran the Unigen Heaven benchmark on this system, it was with just one card. We got around 2,200 points, coming just shy of 90 frames per second. Four-way SLI scaling isn't perfect, but I gotta say, I was expecting a little better than that. Here's the thing. Remember that 24 gigs of VRAM? Well, it's split between all four different cards. You don't just get to pool it together. Every one of these has to hold their own copy of any asset that's required in order to render the scene. Also, this SLI link, not that fast. So the intercard communication adds a ton of overhead as they're coordinating who's working on exactly what. What this means is that, especially beyond two cards, the scaling is awful. And the worst part is that none of that is the worst part. It's hard to pick up on camera, but oh, yeah, there it is. You probably saw that. Microstutter, which is caused by uneven timing of the delivered finished frames, can be very distracting and make a higher frame rate feel like a lower one because of the hitches and choppiness. But I'm not gonna let that dampen my enthusiasm. Let's run some games. All right, here we go.
It's like not even 10 FPS. It's 96. Oh my God.
Well, hold on. We haven't gotten down to our fire
We
yet.
gotta look at the fire.
Okay,
Yep.
maybe this setup is fire, and all we're drawing is 800 watts. You know what? Hold on a second. No, this is faster. We're at 195, 120 FPS. But that fire, 140, 150 FPS.
That's legit, actually, because we were getting 90 something before.
It's a 50% improvement. Never mind that two cards probably would have gotten to very similar numbers.
But then we wouldn't get to see the sweet, sweet SLI ×4 in
Yeah.
our top left. Try to launch another SLI game. Let's see how compatible SLI was with video games back then.
All right. Could we have done 4K? Woo, she's floaty. And that 60 FPS does not feel like 60 FPS. Oh, wow, that's truly awful. I want to see 1440p. Man, this bottom card, the fan just keeps
starts
turning
and
off
stops,
and
I know.
going back on. It's not
Yeah.
doing anything.
Well, we're drawing 630 watts. It's actually less than I was expecting.
It's a lot less than I was expecting.
They're definitely not going to full usage.
Nope. I mean, I think if it's all the way,
You're
all
going
four
full
cards are
bore?
being used. So we are basically not touching our quad SLI.
No, we're using like 1.5 cards.
Something
Two
to
cards
keep in
maybe.
mind is that even games that support SLI don't necessarily support three-way or four-way SLI.
Let alone take like full advantage of it. Like support does not mean utilize.
Titanfall 2?
Yeah, it was on the list. Crank it. Times
Oh,
8?
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll do 8x MSAA.
I'm getting over 100 FPS.
Yo, 1080p?
1080, but this is cranked 1080p.
Yeah.
By the time you put on 8x MSAA, you might as well be running at a higher resolution.
Yeah, but look, we're using still like 1, maybe 2 cards.
Yep, all we're really learning is that the 980 Ti is a really good card. And we can tell from our power consumption too. Actually, our power consumption is
740.
around 750 watts. We are probably getting some benefit.
Minor, but some.
Yeah, these boys are not doing much. GPU 0, 42, 48, 50, 54. So it's not that only one GPU is doing the work, it's that each GPU is doing very little of it.
Okay, try Jedi Fallen Order. That's from 2019.
Here we go with the system from 2010 to 2015, depending how you measure it. Oh, I see.
It's doing weird stuff in the startup menu, but it is using a lot more of the cards. I paid for the whole card. I want to use the whole card. Yeah, 144.
Graphic quality, epic.
Epic.
Here we go. Ooh, this does not bode well. That does not look like 60 FPS, sir. I mean, it's using those cards, though.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Oh, boy.
740. 750. Okay, never mind. The power is being used.
And we're getting 68 FPS, but that looks more like 25.
Oh, yeah.
Even just through the camera, like, it should be plain to see that that is not 75 FPS. Oh, wow.
Hey.
That was horrible.
Yeah. Oh, did you see that? Was it transition?
We're going for it. Absolutely cranked 1080p.
Spring cap broke.
I mean, the game's working. This is only 45 FPS and feels way better than Jedi Fallen Order did at 75.
We lost our SLI tracker, though.
Yeah,
We don't know how much is being used.
very little it turns
Yeah,
out.
560 watts.
Yep, Ultra Plus. Wow, that is a very excited ponytail.
Yeah, why is it shaking so much?
Why is everything awful so much? Oh, wow, what is happening?
I don't think The Witcher 3, despite saying that it's compatible with SLI, I don't think it likes it at all.
But none of that is the fault of the classified SR2. So, what if we took a more modern GPU and at least gave it a chance to run these modern games? In fairness to SLI, this was the last generation of cards to use the older style non-high bandwidth link, and before GPUs got this fast, it did work a little better. It was less of a bottleneck. This feels stupid, but I'm doing it. Wait a second, are there even Windows 7 drivers for the 4090?
That is a great question.
I doubt it. Okay, the 4090 doesn't have a driver for Windows 7, but you know what I say to that? No big loss, because guess what? The 3090 Ti does. And also, happens to be the fastest card EVGA ever made.
Well, fastest card they sold.
Fastest card they sold.
Were you in 1440 before when
I
you got
was.
the 130 number or 120 or whatever?
150 at the fire.
What?
No, like 140, 150.
It's not that much better. Well, we're not at the fire yet, I guess.
No, but it's not that much better.
Right?
That's wild then. Hold on, what's our CUDA core counts? Colin, can you look up how many CUDA cores a 980 Ti has and then compare that times 4 to how many CUDA cores a 3090 Ti has? Vance, can you look it up, please? Sure. He tries so hard. As it turns out, the total number of CUDA cores is not that dissimilar, with this having about 10,700 and our 4 980 Ti's totaling around 11,000. Does it maybe make sense that the performance is about the same? Holy crap, the performance is about the same.
Wow.
Actually, power consumption's not even that far off.
No, 580. Pretty close.
This is obviously a case where the CPU is what is holding us back, in spite of the fact that we're running at 1440p Ultra. Let's try a more demanding game. Crysis 2 was demanding for its time.
Wow. I mean, it looks better.
It looks way better.
Yeah.
You know what? It's super hitchy though.
Yeah, we're probably held back a little bit by DDR3 as well. Our CPU, even though we're at like, what, 4 gigahertz, the IPC of how many generations is really gonna climb.
And something to consider is that if any aspect of this game leaks off of the 6 cores that are on the one CPU and needs to be handled by the other one, we have to wait around for that QPI link between the CPUs. You can really see it. These birds are like,
yeah, they just like stop and then go.
I want to try a couple more games. This is 100% completely, totally fine and playable. This is freaking awesome. Oh, I mean, except I need to get good. That's the only issue. When the CPU is fast enough, you will get a great gaming experience. I would definitely recommend upgrading an older system like this before spending that kind of money on a GPU.
Yeah.
But you can throw in your new GPU and then upgrade later if you really want to.
You could, as long as you've already got the power supply headroom.
Yeah, this is freaking awesome.
400 watts.
Oh, wow. And so much more efficient, which tells us we are still very CPU bottlenecked.
Oh, 100%. Our card's fans aren't even turned on. I mean, even if we are capping the frame rate.
That is flipping wild. Okay, why is that frame rate capped though?
I don't know.
You know what? I bet that frame rate cap is a big part of why the CPU is not causing issues as well. Because we're not
Probably,
just
yeah.
running it right up against the limit.
Yep.
Okay, Jedi Fallen Order. I feel good. We're gonna play a reasonably modern game on this ancient freaking platform.
Plus a 3090 Ti.
Well, plus a 3090 Ti. Minor details.
You
This
know,
is better,
not
but still
much.
sucks.
yeah, this is still very hitchy. I'll give it a sec. Maybe it'll warm up.
You know what I want to do now?
What?
Not now, but now that I've seen this, I want to get those 980 Ti's running on something a little newer. They might not be that bad.
6 gigs of VRAM though.
I feel like this is CPU again. Oh, wait, no, we're at like 100 FPS. Also, it's not hitching as much anymore.
Yeah, it warmed up.
This kind of settled in. This is like
Playable.
perfect now.
Playable.
What do you mean
Perfect,
playable?
Perfect is a stretch. See, it's not perfect. When he goes to new areas and it has to load for a second, it struggles.
It is damn playable.
Markedly better.
I'd like to see you play this game on your 13-year-old console.
Oh yeah, no, that's not gonna work.
Mind you, your 13-year-old console wouldn't have cost you $1,000 to upgrade.
Or to begin with.
You know what else needs an upgrade? This Segway. Just kidding, not yet. I wanted to talk about how much fun we had building this. Okay, it was kind of a disaster and there were compatibility issues, just like in the old days, but like, overclocking, man. We got a meaningful improvement in performance in Crysis for like 15, 25 minutes of effort. Do you guys even overclock anymore? We're gonna link a community poll in the video description. It just doesn't feel worth it, and man, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the polo shirt with the collar or the old hardware, but this was an absolute blast, even if the price made no sense and it was inefficient as all hell. Just like this inefficient segue to our sponsor.
FlexiSpot. You know, sitting is so last year. Standing is what the kids are into these days, and FlexiSpot knows this. That's why their E7 Plus standing desk is so darn solid. Unlike typical two-leg standing desks, the E7 Plus's four-leg design gives it a leg up on the competition, boasting a weight capacity of up to 540 pounds static and 440 pounds lifting. This extra support means rock-solid stability, so no more worrying about all the stuff on your desk toppling over just from you breathing on it. And unlike some other four-leg desks, it supports a variety of accessories like monitor mounts, under-desk drawers, and keyboard trays. Plus, with a generous 15-year warranty, you can trust in its durability for years to come. Even the control panel is advanced with programmable height presets and a USB charging port. Check out the FlexiSpot E7 Plus using the link below and use the code provided to get $50 off your order of $500 or more.
If you guys enjoyed this video, why not check out the predecessor to this, Intel Skull Trail? It was worse. But in some ways cooler.
Building a 5-star PC? That's easy. All you have to have is money. But what if you don't? I mean, that 2-star motherboard could hold the key to incredible savings. Couldn't be that bad, could it? To find out, we built a PC using only the worst rated parts that we could find on Newegg.com. And we ended up with this. And sure, from the outside, she's not so bad. But on the inside, it's a black hole of misery and disappointment. Maybe. Or maybe it's fine. To find out, we need to go back to the beginning. The beginning. The beginning. Starting with the Ryzen 5 8500G. AMD never sent these out to reviewers for evaluation, and if our experience with it is anything to go by, that's probably for good reason. You see, the compromises that AMD made on this chip are a lot, especially if you consider the not very low $180 price. Only 2 of its 6 cores are full-size Zen 4, and while the integrated graphics are decent compared to the competition, when the time comes to upgrade them, you will be shocked, I say, to discover that your GPU slot could be running at as slow as 1/8 the bandwidth of other modern PCs. And it gets even worse. Modern storage drives can end up with their bandwidth cut, and, depending who you believe, this chip might only support single-channel memory. Who does AMD imagine this thing is for? maybe you're building a super power efficient PC but can't afford the better balanced 8600G? Well, I urge you, theoretical customer, let's name you Grover. Please wait for a sale on something else, or consider the Intel 14100 with a discrete GPU, or almost literally anything else. This truly is the worst current chip. So, in it goes into our motherboard. That is, after we look at this message from our sponsor. Acronis. Arm your IT department with centrally managed protection against cyber threats and with backup and recovery capabilities with Acronis Cyber Protect. Check out their easy-to-use all-in-one solution using the link in the video description. At first glance, the Prime B650 Plus from ASUS seems downright decent. Professional reviewers tout its well-rounded features, so I can see why Grover might be eyeing it, at least until he sees these user reviews. And guys, I know 3 stars doesn't necessarily mean something is garbage. I mean, we could have found a 1-star motherboard if we looked hard enough, but we felt that it was best to limit our search to products that had more than just a handful of reviews. And besides, while 3 stars is average, would you eat at a 3-star restaurant on Google Maps? One where half of the customers say that the food is delicious and the other half say it's defective? Multiple people mentioned that the diagnostic LEDs don't work on this board, which could be an issue if we're going to push our 2-star Mushkin-enhanced Redline memory to the limit. Yep, this right here is 64 whole gigs of the worst rated DDR5 RAM we could find. Jealous? Well, you probably shouldn't be. See, it's rated for 6,400 megatransfers per second, but based on the reviews, it seems very unlikely that we're going to be seeing those speeds. Which was a little surprising for me. I mean, Mushkin's a real brand, and at $205, it's not even cheap. So with so many other options at the same price, why would Grover choose these ones? Oh, speaking of price, how much was the motherboard?
$180.
180 bucks. I mean, that seems like a... God, motherboards have gotten expensive. This is a B650 board.
Yep, that's not even a top tier one.
Well, at least our storage was cheap. That's right, folks. Just $40 for the SATA ADATA Premier SP580 with a huge 120 billion bytes of storage, which is, what, enough for Windows and 1 game? Let's see what the people have to say about this one. Dead, defective. Oh, here's a 5-star review. Wait, blue screens? But he's not sure it's because of the SSD? That is a super weird thing to mention in a 5-star review for a product. And things aren't looking much better for SSD number 2. We bought another junk SSD? I mean, at least the Team Group GX2 has the potential to be more useful thanks to its 2 terabyte capacity, but again, that's only if it stays functional. You know what's hard to screw up these days though? A case. But you know who managed it? B-Gears. The B-Vigor managed to get only 2.9 stars. The question for me is, why? There's a lot to like here. Tempered glass
you
side
fooled
panel.
my trap. This came untaped at the bottom. And so when you picked it up, it just fell out. It was shrink wrapped. And then they thought that was a good idea, I guess.
What, they never taped the box?
No, and so twice people picked it up and it just flew out the bottom.
Oh, so the tempered glass side panel could be a bug, not a feature if you're gonna drop it on the floor.
Increased airflow.
Also, the photos make this case look like fans are included, and actually make it look pretty sick in general, but in person, it looks more ill than sick. The glass isn't held in place by anything. There's no little nubbins, no little groove to put it in or anything like that. Where would you even put front 120 millimeter fans in this case? It straight up doesn't have the mounts for them. I remember we looked at the pictures of this in script review. Do you have a picture?
Sure. It does, there is no fans in the front of the picture.
I thought there were.
No.
No, they just kind of strategically take the picture so it kind of seems like it.
Yep. You could definitely infer that RGB is coming from fans on the inside.
And the bottom too. Like where would the RGB here be coming from?
Yeah, that's a straight up lie. There is no RGB coming through there.
Realistically though, aside from feeling a little deceived, there's nothing inherently wrong with the case.
That is, as long as I don't want to have a ton of airflow. Not only was there nowhere for fans in the front, there's nowhere for air to come into the case. But that seems like a problem for future Linus.
This is like really unstable. This is really easy to tip over compared to most cases. It's so light and it's so narrow. Anyway, we weren't able to find a particularly low-rated cooler, so we're gonna throw the stock cooler on here. I can't say the same, however, for our fans. If the reviews of these Z3 Pros from Montech are anything to go by, I have very high expectations for them. That is to say, I expect they will make a high amount of noise. I don't want to keep harping on the case, but there is absolutely nowhere to cable manage the cables for these fans or the 8-pin APS connector for the motherboard, so good luck, David.
Okay.
That's why I strategically took the rear fan. These fans literally are mashed up against the VRM cooler of this motherboard. This is a really tight case. Moving on to our power supply, you may recall that Gigabyte was under fire for setting the overpower protection and overcurrent protection on these units too high, meaning that under heavy load, some spectacular failures took place, some of which took other components with them. Gigabyte ultimately did offer replacements, and they fixed the issue in their newer units, but it's clear from the reviews on this thing that the reputational damage was done. And honestly, I'm kind of surprised that they didn't just relaunch this as a new SKU to move away from the 240 one-star reviews that are on this power supply.
While we were wiring it up, we found some serious problems with this case. There's only one spot to mount a 2.5-inch drive, down here in the bottom. Every other hole is not properly aligned, so I don't know, I guess our other SSD just goes here.
But hey, it's got correctly spaced tabs and screw holes for 5.25-inch optical drives, 3 of them, even though there would be nowhere for them to slide into. I love this thing. Also, if you have the top fan installed, there is no way to install an 8-pin power connector on the top of this board. That might not be an issue with every board, but it's definitely an issue with this one. I could rip the clip off.
Do it.
I need a knife. Okay, nice. Wow, this cable management is awful. And it's not about to get any better. At least it won't get much worse. Our Sparkle EcoArc A310 4GB GPU does not require an external power connector. Wow! That's one of the best things about it, though. It's been our position for a long time that there is a class of GPU that is less graphics processing unit and more display adapter for your PCIe slot. And that's pretty much the story here, unless, like Anonymous, you are a video transcoding enthusiast, where it can offer a pretty good value, not to mention outstandingly low power consumption at just 50 watts. If, like some folks, you buy this and expect to be doing any gaming on it though, you're going to be sorely disappointed, especially with this one that apparently has issues with the cooling fan. Wait, I know I'm interrupting B-roll to talk about the case again, but to put a glass side panel on this, did they literally just take an existing chassis, drill 4 holes in it, thread them, and then put it on? Like, it's got mounting for a regular metal side panel. It's all visible. And if they were gonna just put the holes anywhere anyway, why didn't they make them symmetrical? It took me 3 attempts to put this glass panel on. They couldn't even put the little grommet on the right spot, so there's just a second hole in it. Getting into the rest of the setup, I don't know what's so bad about this monitor. I mean, yeah, it's only 1080p, but 165 hertz, 1 millisecond moving picture response time. 2.8 out of 5 eggs, and mostly comes down to reliability issues. Breaks down after 6 months. Cool. This is a fun one. You've probably seen this desk pad somewhere. In fact, you might have even seen it on our channel before. And the reviews across every marketplace it occupies are bad. But what caught our attention more than anything is the awful seller ratings for it. How is this store given a top-rated status on Newegg if they have so many negative reviews? I mean, 3 stars on 402 reviews ain't good. And it's the packaging that seems to be the primary issue. They apparently fold it instead of rolling it. And my notes just say, talk about why they would do that based on everything we've learned from selling desk pads. David, there is no reason to fold a desk pad instead of rolling it. And what's funny is, we did buy this from that seller and they did roll it. They just put it in a plastic bag. So I don't know when they figured it out, but hey, they finally did. Either way, at 20 bucks, this is a terrible value. Just pick up a mystery desk pad from lttstore.com. It's bigger and better. And it doesn't identify Winnipeg as one of the 3 important cities in Canada. Our capital city's not on here. In fact, the American capital's not on here. They got New York, Chicago, Dallas, Denver, and Los Angeles. Where the f is Washington? As bad as it is though, it is nothing compared to our Ruckus 4-in-1 Pro gaming kit. This has 2.5 stars out of 5 on Walmart, with one user calling it the worst thing I've ever used and saying, I feel ashamed just to own it. Why does Southern Telecom Inc. even make gaming peripherals? Remember when Lightning was cool?
Never stopped being cool.
Yeah, me neither. Wait, this is a super weird legend. They put WASD on the arrow keys.
What?
And there's no Windows key.
What?
It has a Windows lock. Unless this is a Windows key and the lock is you function Windows.
No, that would be so stupid. I'm a reasonable person, and a 2.5 is not good enough for you. So I got you a 2.6 keyboard, and it's ergonomic.
You got 2 sets of peripherals?
Just the keyboard.
Wow.
I'm
thanks,
a
David.
reasonable person.
Internet and multimedia hotkeys, 3-color illuminated backlight, and split key design. You know what though? I did a lot of my early gaming on an Ergo keyboard. I don't think you know that,
Nope.
but you accidentally put me back in my element.
This is what was missing. Now you're a pro again.
Seems serviceable as far as these go, and hey, it's got 2 Windows keys to make up for that last one.
You missed the most important upgrade, another mouse pad.
Oh, good. Wow. Oh, that's what makes it 4-in-1. Nice, and it almost lies flat. This is remarkable. This may be the single worst feeling headset that I have ever touched.
Oh, that's pretty
Touch
bad.
the ear cups.
What is wrong with these? Why? Also, this driver is
It's
like
literally
protruding.
right there.
You look like a gamer.
This is terrible. And in order to justify the molding costs, they have to make thousands of these. Thousands of gamers are experiencing 2.5-star gaming. Hey, those fans actually look pretty cool.
Kind of noisy, but that can probably be configured.
Don't push a ton of air for how loud they are.
I have to be touching the metal to feel any air moving.
Huh. I hate these peripherals. Guys, for around $50 or less, the Cooler Master MM712 looks awesome, or the Logitech G305. There's lots of options for great budget keyboards. We're gonna have some suggested peripherals for the same price as what we paid for this garbage, linked in the video description. Decor. Oh, apparently there's decor. And we've limited ourselves to 1 item. And it's 1 star?
It's one star.
Oh, I get. Wait, is that a Mario star with cowboy boots and a cowboy hat?
It certainly looks like a Mario star, and I love it so much.
Was this poorly rated?
No, it's just 1 star.
Oh, I get it. All right, thanks, David. Am I supposed to get an output from this?
Yes.
I mean, I guess it shouldn't really surprise us if the lowest rated PC died. Oh, the RAM. Did I put the RAM in the near slots?
I actually did notice that, and I meant to mention it.
Wow, what a rookie error. Not that it should matter, it should probably still post, but those aren't the best slots to put the first 2 sticks of memory in.
You know what? Other than the fact that the case is a complete piece of crap, I don't hate it. Is that supposed to be color? It looks like it's trying.
Maybe. Oh yeah, wait. I didn't see any RGB lead on it.
No, it was just a Molex.
Dude! There's 2 more leads off of this thing. I think this is actually an RGB LED strip. But they, yeah, oh yeah, no, you can tell, because if you cover some of it, it turns a color. But they didn't install the other leads. So there's no control, it's just powered. At least the system's posted though. Let's see if we can get Expo enabled. DDR5 6400, I believe. Let's go. My question is whether it's going to be running in dual channel mode. We saw conflicting information about the support for dual or single channel memory on this CPU. It doesn't make any sense to me. Wait, no, it can't be single channel because we saw the full capacity of the memory.
If it only had a single channel, you wouldn't be able to populate
Both?
both channels
Oh, I
with
see.
2 DIMMs.
Okay.
Yeah, so where did that come from?
It's really weird.
It's really good that it runs in dual channel because if you have onboard graphics, you're using your system memory as your VRAM. And slow VRAM is a killer for gaming performance. So this thing would be way worser than we thought it was. Oh, are we not getting 6400 though?
I don't think so.
Hey!
Oh, but maybe it just rebooted a couple times and went
No,
back?
no, because it would have prompted us to go into the BIOS.
Oh,
I think we got
hey.
full memory speed. Though it's worth noting that that is as much to do with the integrated memory controller on your CPU and your board layout as it is to do with your memory sticks. So, 6,400 mega transfers per second. Let's go. This SSD is running at 100% usage just booting up Windows.
Oh my god.
I want to know how many PCIe lanes my GPU is getting. Not that I think it actually needs a ton of them, but it will tell us if we wanted to put a more powerful GPU in here, whether it would be bottlenecked. And the answer is PCIe Gen 4 by 8 at by 4. Is that a power saving thing? Or is it actually only getting 4 lanes? By the way, this mouse is intolerable.
Oh, really? Let's give it a chance.
Look. Oh yeah, put it on this quality
difference
desk pad. You
maker.
know what? The desk pad's actually helping a fair bit. The included mouse pad has some really high contrast lines on it, and cheap sensors can struggle to track across high contrast lines. We don't even have any M.2 drives installed.
No.
So it's not like we're using up all the PCIe lanes somewhere else. I think this thing only runs at by 4, unless this Arc GPU only has a by 4 interface.
Does it? I thought.
That's possible.
Oh, by
It's the GPU that's by 8 running it by 4.
Wow.
So it wasn't reporting the link speed and the active link speed. It's reporting the capability of the GPU and what the active link speed is. Wow, that sucks.
I'm sorry, little buddy.
Sorry, I haven't actually used HW Info for this very much. I usually use GPU-Z. I don't know why I didn't just download that. But anyway, we figured it out.
I can see why people don't like the fan on this GPU. I know I have Firmark running, but still.
Now that our system's up and running, it's time to put Grover's black hole build to the test with some famously review-bombed games, starting with Team Fortress 2. Why are they mad at Valve for Team Fortress?
There's a bot issue where any game you join, you just instantly start getting sniped. And
I
there's
just meant
nothing you can do.
it's still that?
Yes.
Cool. How old is this game now? Like 15 years old?
2007.
17 years old? Good. You'll get old too. What? You're in secure mode?
What does that mean? Oh,
Did
Steam just crashed?
What is happening right now?
What is going?
It's almost like we built a bad computer on purpose.
Yeah. Blue screen. I saw it on that one.
What?
Yeah.
No way!
Yeah, it went. I saw a blue screen appear on the capture.
I'm gonna try one more time.
Sure.
I'm gonna try one more time. Not currently connected to the TF Game Coordinator service. Please try again.
Let's turn the RAM down.
Okay. Interesting. We turned the RAM back to JDEC speeds, and immediately I was able to queue for a casual game.
Huh.
Immediately. I really hate wearing these. They're really, really uncomfortable. Also, the volume wheel's like backwards. Instead of bringing it towards yourself to turn it up,
Yeah.
you push away to turn it up.
Huh.
Who does that? What is happening right now?
I guess let's try a different, like join a different game.
I can't interact with the game window. Or like, I can't bring it back to focus. Should we just move on to another game?
Move on to another game.
The game runs, whatever. We can't see the FPS, but it's getting lots of FPS. It's an ancient game. Our next one is Kerbal Space Program 2 Early Access, which, I know about this controversy. Basically, they launched Early Access for the sequel to Kerbal Space Program, and then the developer was shut down, which happens sometimes, you know, business decisions, except you can totally still buy this game. It's not done. It's never going to be done.
No, don't do that.
Don't set it to high?
No.
Oh. Okay, medium?
Low is hard.
Got it. I've never actually played Kerbal Space Program.
Neither have I.
Oh. This really doesn't look that good for what kind of frame rate it's running at. Look at these trees. I have absolutely
no idea what I'm doing.
Okay, this seems like something.
Yeah.
Hey, we're about 40 frames.
Oh, okay, fuel tank. Okay, cool. Okay, nice. Sure, another fuel tank. Lots of fuel. Okay,
Let's see what happens.
let's launch it.
9 frames a second, baby.
Let's go!
You're going to space.
Oh, our parachute is deployed already. We are rocketing into our parachute. Oh God! It's glorious. At a glorious 10 frames per second. Like you'd think it would run out of fuel. Oh yeah, no, we're almost out of fuel.
Oh,
Here we
I
go.
see.
The crash is imminent.
This is so slow.
All right, I think I've seen it.
Yeah. I don't think the crash will be spectacular anyway.
Last up, Helldivers 2.
30 frames per second? I'm getting 30 frames per
Are you
second.
getting 30?
Look, to be clear, I'm not saying it looks great. I'm just saying that's definitely 30 frames per second.
But let's get you on a planet and see what happens.
Okay.
It doesn't look terrible for all low.
Honestly, man, low on modern games looks not bad. All right, I'm a hell diver. Look at me diving. I'm diving to hell. We're running at native render scale.
Hey, 310 might not be as bad as we thought it was. That being said, do you want to know the price of this whole system?
How much did we pay?
$1,025 just for the tower. For that price, you can get a much better system with like a 7600 and like a 6600 GPU.
Yeah.
You are way better spending your money elsewhere.
Yeah.
This is a terrible value.
Yeah. You know what I want to know? Would we be having a better gaming experience if we didn't buy the ARC 310 at all?
Oh, I'm curious about that too.
We should try our onboard graphics.
Let's do it.
Roll. Oh, I think you might have missed it, but that was weird. I don't know if we're going to be gaming on this GPU. Well, first I disabled the ARC in Windows and we moved the HDMI over and the system hard rebooted. Then we booted up just now and the screen came up with the Asus BIOS splash screen, except there was like green lines everywhere. If only there was some way we could have predicted that this would happen. You know, I've always wondered, like, who's buying these low-rated parts? Who is our hypothetical Grover? Like, obviously you're budget conscious, but you're anxious about the risk of buying used computer parts. Maybe you shop based on word of mouth or brand name rather than like looking at reviews. Like, I get it. Reviews can be manipulated, so maybe you don't trust them, which is fair enough, especially with overly positive reviews, but I think it's clear from this exercise that if you ignore online reviews completely, you do so at your peril. Bottom line, there are many reasons why a product might get a low review score, and after experiencing all of them for myself, it's safe to say, listen to the people who bought it before you did. And it's safe to say, listen to this segue, to our sponsor.
Grammarly! At LMG, the business team's day-to-day operations revolve around communication, coordination, and writing. That's where Grammarly comes in.
I bought this Windows laptop from the Amazon Renewed store for $54. This one right here is a custom-built, top-of-the-line gaming PC for $5,000, and my friends, that is far from the most expensive machine we've got. But just because a system costs 10, 100, 1,000 times as much, does that really make it that much better? We're gonna take a look inside these systems, test them, and game on them to see what your hard-earned cash can buy at these drastically different price points. Starting with what I got for 50 bucks. Look at this thing.
I don't know if you're supposed to do that.
And like, look at the screen. Like, it's got this segue to our sponsor.
Ugreen. Their Nexode Pro 100 watt is compact and powerful, being able to charge 3 devices at the same time. Whether it tags along with you during your travels or stays plugged in your wall at home, you'll first have to pick one up using the link in our description.
Okay, the Lenovo 100E only has a dual-core processor, just 4 gigabytes of RAM, and it doesn't even have a full HD screen, but aside from a little bit of schmoo that's still on it from the refurbishing process, I mean, it's a pretty usable little machine.
Except it's not what we ordered.
Really?
I don't think, anyways. I was looking at the product page.
That's a completely different computer.
I think this is like the 2nd generation one.
It doesn't support touch gestures. You can't scroll with 2 fingers?
No.
She's dropping frames.
100% of your CPU being used by system interrupts.
This is a completely different computer.
Yeah.
It doesn't even have the same processor.
I mean, it has 2 extra cores, so like the multi-core performance is better, but the single-threaded is quite a bit worse. It's like 25% worse.
Which matters a lot on these super underpowered machines, because a lot of what you'll see when you open up Task Manager and you do anything on a computer like this, watch, I'm gonna open up Chrome, is, see that? Your CPU is gonna spike to 100%. So having a few cores that turbo faster actually makes for a noticeably more responsive experience.
It's eMMC, it's not like a SATA SSD.
Right.
Curiously, it actually shows up as an SD card in Task Manager. Why don't you try to play a 4K YouTube video? That's like, you know, I have a suite of tests that I want us to, you know, experience as a baseline on each of these machines, and 4K Crab Rave is one of them.
Okay, hold on a second, Jake.
Just give it a moment.
Hold
Give
on
it
a
pause.
second, no, hold on a second.
Look, that's mint.
No, it's really not.
It's fine. It's actually fine right now. There were some drop frames. Ooh, I can't tell if that's just the display. Mind you, probably don't need to be streaming 4K videos on a screen like this.
Oh yeah, there we go. There we
Still
go.
like the same level of crust.
No, that's
Oh,
well,
don't try to multitask.
yeah, I wouldn't recommend that.
You notice something weird about this?
There's like a skin on the bottom.
Yeah, why don't you peel it off? It's on the entire laptop, including the touchpad.
Oh, so whoever the student was who had this, probably, because this is an educational model, did they skin it? You know what?
Maybe the school put it on because it got damaged, gave it to a new student.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, that's a really smart way to mitigate that. When we were reacting to tech support gore, we saw some of what happens to these educational laptops, and putting a plain black skin on them would mean if someone were to scribble all over it, you just peel it off and throw a new one on. Imagine skinning this laptop. Between the vinyl and the labor involved, I think you just doubled the value of it.
Does it look like it got applied
Yeah.
day one?
Maybe day 3. Oh my God, are you rolling on this? Glenn, come over here. Jake, check this out, So that's a screen, right? You know, that's what colors look like. That's what Minecraft looks like. If you want to get anywhere near that saturation, you got to get the darkness.
Oh, I gotta be shorter.
Yeah, you get, see what I'm talking about?
That
You
looks
get like
like
a,
ass. What are you talking
well,
about?
I know, but you get a little sliver of color saturation.
Oh, I get what you mean. Yeah,
Yeah,
okay,
right?
Yeah.
It's not good.
It's not good, but it was also $50
Yeah.
with Windows
Yeah.
and a battery. If all you were
Yeah.
doing was Google Docs, it would be fine.
Yeah.
And it's actually not the stupidest thing you could buy.
No, it's really not.
Considering the cost.
What's your next test?
Oh my God. Minecraft.
Nice.
So I installed a few mods that make Minecraft run better. Okay, so single player Minecraft, you're doing the chunk generation
Yeah.
locally.
Yeah.
So if you're playing on a server, you might get a little bit better performance. This is with every setting at the absolute bare minimum. With sodium, which is a frame rate optimizing thing. With lithium, which is like optimizing the chunk stuff. With another thing that does chunk optimization. With another thing that does GPU frame time optimization.
Well, have you ever thought that maybe adding all those optimizations added overhead?
No.
Oh, this is rough, dude.
If you just vibe in one spot, 64 FPS, look at that.
Wow, not
like-
bad, not bad. Okay, but what happens if we move? Oh, 20. Hey, as long as we don't have to generate any chunks, you're right.
It's serviceable.
Yeah, it's chunky.
There are other games I want to try on the other computers, naturally. They don't launch on this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
If you get a headshot, I will buy you lunch. If you kill somebody, I will buy you lunch.
So a headshot is
You don't-
lunches?
Sure. I'll give you 2 minutes, okay? How about that?
2 minutes?
Okay, you have 5 minutes then.
All right, 5 minutes.
Jesus. Did we load so long that we got kicked? Oh my God.
Okay, I'm dead. I didn't even get a chance to see anything.
It says 1 FPS, but I think it's actually a situation where you have like 0.5. Dude, there is no way.
I'm dead.
You're not-
I'm dead. It didn't even go to full brightness.
Oh, okay. This is a strat.
No.
Oh.
No, come on.
Yeah.
No! Dang it. Come on. Yeah, buddy, I got him. Let's go. 1 minute left.
You did technically get a headshot too.
I just got lunch, baby.
Damn it.
He's got the taste of defeat in his mouth right now. That's why he's all... Okay. takes a little while to register that you've pressed the recording button, but hey, once you do it,
It didn't look that bad.
this actually looks perfectly fine. It's not very saturated. Oh, thanks for that. Real mature. It's not very saturated, but in fairness, that might be the screen. So maybe we can get a comparison from the editor.
wait.
Here. The footage versus what it looks like on the screen, you know?
I have one more thing for you to try on this one because the rest of them are probably not worth it. This is a client for Ollama, which allows you to run large language models.
Tell me how pretty I am in the form of a haiku.
Oh my god, okay. The page file is twice the size of the actual memory.
So I'm never gonna find out how pretty I am I?
No? Okay. Oh!
Rad!
Whoa! It output one word.
Rad!
That's not a haiku.
Well, you know what? I'm taking it.
Oh, radiance!
I kind of liked rad better.
Oh wow,
It's
it's actually.
it's like going now.
I think it's finally like loaded in.
Radiance like dawn.
Like Dawn's light.
Yeah. Oh, it's gonna get after us about how haikus are not about directly expressing beauty, but it's not gonna get the number of syllables right. Okay. She's done. Radiance like dawn's light, pretty as cherry blossoms bloom, beauty-descent.
Full of shit. I mean, your hair, you could maybe say, is radiant. It can compute for $50. It can play a YouTube video and Minecraft-ish.
Now we're moving up in the world. How is this a $500 gaming system? This case alone looks like it costs 120 bucks.
This is the new one from Fantex. It's the XT Pro, I believe? A lot of case for not a lot of money. Tempered glass, comes with a fan, looks decent. They do have an RGB version that's like twice the price. Don't buy that, buy this.
And the specs are pretty decent too. We get 6 Intel 12th Gen performance cores, 16 gigs of RAM, a Radeon 6600 GPU, and okay, that 500 watt thermal take power supply hasn't made it through the lab's gauntlet yet, but it's running.
Indeed. It's a little bit over the budget. You're looking at like $540. This is pretty much as good as it gets. Unless you're gonna buy a used GPU, which if you're spending this kind of money on a computer, you probably should.
You won't get a warranty, but you will get a lot more performance while that GPU is still working. Of course, if you're gaming at 1080p, this might be all you need anyway. Let's take her for a spin. Wow, that loaded a lot faster.
Okay, so we still have the optimization mods to make it
Okay.
even playing field. And
Yeah.
I have the settings in the absolute dumpster like on the laptop. It's at 1080p though, so this is higher resolution.
It's
Press F3.
butter smooth. 1800 frames per second.
Turn the settings up a little bit.
Yeah, I think we could afford to do that.
Wow, okay.
Wow, look at the world out there. She's struggling just a little bit.
To be fair, I wouldn't recommend running 16 render distance on like a local game.
That doesn't tell the entire story of the performance experience. In fact, you guys can probably even see the occasional hitch in our recording. And that's not because our GPU isn't fast enough to render this. It's rather because the chunks need to load occasionally and the whole system's like, play some Counter-Strike.
Hell yeah. It's quiet though.
I was thinking exactly the same thing. It's damn near silent.
Let's see you get a kill.
You just wait.
So this is fully maxed 1080p. Is that it?
200 FPS isn't enough for you? I mean,
I don't know. I haven't played CS2 literally once.
this is so much better. Like not 100 times better like
What do you
last
mean? It
time. This
actually is 100
This is
times better.
1,000 times better in terms of the experience.
I mean, you're standing right now. How did you just
How the fuck did he not die?
hit him in the shoulder?
I hit him in the neck.
No.
I'm sure it was the neck.
Editor, replay.
Dude, you can get so much gaming PC for around 500 bucks these days. It's great. All right, let's fight. Boom.
Why do you just, oh my God. 1080p, medium preset. You turned off motion blur.
Casual 80 FPS.
No upscaling. That was 100 right there.
Geez, this is great. 70 plus degrees on the CPU and 56 on the GPU.
I mean, hold on. We're only drawing like 40, 50 watts on the CPU.
Sure. That's efficiency, baby. We don't even have the front fans installed in the case. Let's see how our haiku does.
SSD's ramping up, yeah. Okay.
Everything's being loaded.
Oh,
into
wow.
that. Wow!
That is also
not a haiku.
Stop it for a second and say that's not a haiku. Is that a haiku?
Nope.
It's closer than it was.
Either way, that for 10 times the budget, we are getting anywhere from 100 to 1,000 times the experience. And this is what we're talking about when we say bang for the buck or sweet spot from a value perspective. You should definitely save your pennies for a $500 PC if you can. The question now is it worth spending another 10 times as much and getting a $5,000 PC? My goodness, look at this thing.
$5,000!
But it looks the part, doesn't it?
It's one of those things where when you get to this class of performance, you kind of have to spend money on looks to get to this budget.
Wow!
Yeah. That's $300 of fans.
We spent as much on cooling as we did on the entire other computer. By the time you put the AIO in there,
definitely, yeah, more.
easy.
Yeah. 6,400 mega transfers per second, dual 48 gig RAM sticks, 360 mil AIO with a screen on it.
And look, our 14900 KS works.
It's a keg.
Here we go, and loaded. Oh, pretty good.
We've changed resolutions. We're now at 4K.
Boom. 800 frames per second. I'm still getting the occasional hiccup, but honestly, this is better than what we were running last time in terms of the playability of it. Like, I can notice a difference.
Then the $500 one?
Oh yeah. How is this even Minecraft?
I know, right? The crazy thing is if you don't run these shaders on stupid settings like we are, where this is the ultra preset for BSL shaders as they're called, the performance hit is not actually insane.
This is beautiful.
This is a lot.
And it's still running at 200 frames per second. This is awesome.
I adjusted the render distance down to 16.
Would you say that this is a 10 times better experience?
Than the last one? In Minecraft? No.
No. It's 5 times better if you don't waste money on $300 worth of fans.
Okay, hold on.
You could get pretty amazing performance for not quite 10 times the budget.
You can immediately slash $1,000 off of this computer by just getting rid of the fans and buying a cheaper 4090.
You could probably drop another $100 with a cheaper motherboard.
Cheaper cooler, cheaper RAM. It's like a $500 RAM kit.
Oh crap!
Oh my god. Oh, you didn't even get killed by that guy.
That sucked! Stop it, Jake! Stop that.
Consistently above 200 FPS? Very nice. Do you need a $5,000 computer to do that? Not really.
Full ultra ray tracing, like hurt my computer settings with no DLSS. That's 45 FPS?
I believe it.
I don't believe that. It does not feel good. I'll set it to something more reasonable. This is probably how I would play this game. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry again.
Frame rate is identical.
Okay, see, no, I'm confused now because this is way smoother than it was before. Obviously smoother.
Yeah.
But it's reporting around 40 FPS, so I think maybe the report before was wrong.
Try like just no ray tracing.
Sure. Oh yeah, no, that's 60 FPS for sure.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh yeah, no, the frame counter's right. Can it write a haiku? Oh, what are our temps like? Oh wow, yeah. Casual, like 63 degrees on the GPU, and our CPU got a little spike there. She got a little spiky. Dude, that GPU hit almost 400 watts.
Yeah. Just let it load for a second. It's just like, bloop.
Whoa, that's a proper haiku.
No way.
Your radiant smile cascades in waves of sunlight, beauty, endless sea. Oh my goodness.
So it's, look, the GPU is actually at 100% usage.
What's our power consumption? Not even that high.
Yeah. Do you want to try a harder to run language model?
Let's do that. A daunting task.
Spring haikus.
No way! It starts categorizing them. Wild. Frosty morn silence. Snowflakes dance, gently falling slow. Nature's peaceful hush. This may be 10 times better than our last
This
PC.
might be more than 10 times.
Or you might want to spend even more and treat yourself to our $50,000 computer.
Are you ready for this one?
I'm so ready.
Try not to drop it.
I'm not gonna drop it. Oh,
$50,000!
it's a server.
No, it's not.
It's a server.
It is a workstation.
And now it's a server.
I don't see it in a rack.
Is this actually gonna be faster for gaming?
I have no idea.
All right, let's find out. Right away, I can see where some of the money went. Why have one 2,000 watt power supply when you can have two 2,000 watt power supplies? The Supermicro AS2115 HV TNRT is no ordinary machine. It might look like a server. In fact, it has a rack mount style case like a server would. It even has server features, like the ability to remotely manage it through a web interface. But it isn't a server, since it doesn't have a data center CPU like AMD's EPYC lineup, instead going for a Threadripper. And not just any Threadripper. This is the full-fat Big Daddy Threadripper Pro with a whopping 96 cores and 192 threads, and oh my God, it's beautiful. Wow.
This is a $52,000 machine with everything that's in here right now, and this is a fifth of that, just the CPU.
Not one, not two, not three, but four of NVIDIA's RTX 6000 Ada cards.
Yeah, and these are special, you know. They might say that it's the same AD102 chip as a 4090.
Oh, it's not.
This is the chip that would have been in a 4090 Ti, which they never made. So it has like 10% more everything, and double the VRAM.
These have 48 gigs of VRAM on them?
And we have 4 of them.
Oh.
It works out to like a calm, cool, and collected $27,000 US at MSRP.
Now, typically, when you buy a system like this from Supermicro, you'll spec it ahead of time for exactly what you want, and they'll build it for you. But we asked for a more bare-bones config so we could take the original storage drive they had in here and add some more. Oh, yes. Each of these is one of Kioxia's 15 terabyte CD6 data center drives, giving us a total of about 100 terabytes of solid state storage in here. Does that get us to 50 grand?
To 52,000 actually.
How much RAM did we put in here?
Because it's Threadripper Pro and not EPYC, a lot less RAM sticks. We only have 8 channels. They put 8 64 gig DDR5 DIMMs, so 512 gigs of RAM. You could put more. Micron makes 128 gig DIMMs now.
All right, I think we'll be okay with 512 gigabytes of RAM.
For gaming.
For gaming.
This is Threadripper Pro. It is unlocked for overclocking. You can turn PBO on this CPU.
Does Supermicro support that on this motherboard,
Yeah.
though? Oh, really?
It's on the product page. Memory and CPU overclocking enabled. Mind you, on this air cooler, they only rate it to like 350 watts.
Oh, that's it, huh?
Yeah.
Oh,
Which is the stock TDP. It can probably do more.
It's definitely 10 times louder than the last machine.
Certainly.
And maybe 100 times louder than the previous one.
It might be 100 times louder than the last one.
Dude, I'm gonna click so many heads with this bad boy. I can feel it. This always amuses me. I can't stop. 96 cores and she's still turbos over 4 gigahertz. This is an incredible process.
Turbo's over 5 gigahertz.
Crazy.
Well, I feel like we should start with the drives, right? We didn't really do a storage test on any of the other ones, just because not that exciting. This one, different story. You gotta make your RAID array.
This is ridiculous.
Hey, look at that.
Think you could fit your games on here?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
Holy mackerel.
Yeah, she'll suck back about 170 watts just moving data around. All right. Games?
Yeah, 2,000 again. Kind of depends what you're looking at.
That's not that great. Are these workstation cards really that much slower?
I wonder if this is one of those scenarios where we're actually CPU bottlenecked.
Yeah, I mean, we could be, because even though we've got a ton of cores, it's spread across multiple dies on the package. So if we're accidentally using a core over on this die, and a core on this die, and a core on this die, there can actually be a performance loss as that data gets fetched across the different dies.
Definitely.
Is this the first time that spending 10 times as much gets you a performance downgrade?
Yes.
Okay, render distance. What do you want? 16 chunks?
Try 16.
32, 24.
Well, you know, we got all these cores. Just send it.
Sure. Back to game. Oh, yeah. Dude. Did you see that one hitch at the beginning? But other than that, even while it's generating chunks, oh, there was one more. This is by far the smoothest I've seen.
I think it's the same.
It's not the
The
same.
$5,000 rig?
No, you'll feel it. You'll feel it. You'll feel it.
Let me slide on in.
She doesn't slow down. See? This
Well-
is it, folks. Maxed out Minecraft, ridiculous mode.
Despite there being 10% more everything in these graphics cards, they don't have as much clock speed.
Yep, they're power limited.
Yeah.
So we are using it 100% now in some cases. Oh yeah, no, she goes up, but a 4090 is still gonna be faster in real applications.
That multi-threaded chunk loading is gnarly. I think it goes so fast that it actually just like starts to crap its pants a little bit.
All things considered,
60 FPS, yeah. Like it's definitely using more than one core.
oh yeah. You know what's interesting though, is that while we used to be able to run multiple GPUs together to render games in SLI or NVLink, these days, it's kinda dead.
Yep.
So
You can run Counter-Strike.
yeah, but it's just gonna use a single GPU and probably not going to run as well as our last system did.
Hey, look, it's less FPS.
Ba-bow. Ba-bow, ba-bow. No! So basically, you shouldn't spend 10 times as much if you want to get better at CS2.
Unless we're talking about a $50 computer.
But you could spend 10 times as much and get better at running large language models.
It's not even worth running Cyberpunk at this point.
We're gonna write the best haikus.
This is an enormous model. It's bigger than the memory we have even across all of the GPUs, and I'm telling it to do the stupidest thing. Write me 100 haikus about how
MKBHD
cool
is better than...
LPTstore.com is.
Okay,
Okay,
sure.
we had a different vibe there. Immediately, all of the GPU memory is full.
Oh, look at those drives go.
We're pulling 500 megabytes a second times 8,
Each.
4 gigabytes a second.
Just casual. Just casual, Jake.
Loading up that system memory.
Casual, you can actually see it's going at about 4 gigs a second, dumping it into system memory.
I suspect our GPU usage is not going to be that great, but it should run, which is more than you would get on most other computers. Oh, I see power usage.
Here we go, here we go, here we go.
So this looks unimpressive, but this is like a 200 plus gigabyte model. So it's actually kind of impressive.
I mean, our CPU's drawing 240, 250, just coordinating all of this crap.
Even like the top end H100, H200 kind of GPUs that are meant for AI struggle to have 100% utilization when you're just talking to them rather than training. It better be right. Is it right?
Not even right.
Oh my God, we get the best model and it can't even do it.
Okay, hold on. LTT stores got all the best. Techies rejoice now. These suck. It's 5.5, but it's 8 in the middle.
I don't know how good they are with syllables either. Let's try a small model on all the GPUs.
I am doing a destination wedding, and I have no regard for the feelings of my family and friends who are inconvenienced by this.
That's literally all you're made for.
Here we go. I strongly advise against sending an invitation designed to manipulate your guests.
Microsoft and Mistral are both like, hell yeah, let's do
go.
it.
Got him.
So easy, so easy.
Oh man.
Just pretend it's a meme, bro. Hey, look at that, 150 watts.
Let's go.
Well, it does it.
How useful it is, I don't know, but sure. It's fast.
You can do so many AIs on this thing.
Yeah.
We can do Blender, that'll run on multiple graphics cards.
Sure. But we. Lol.
2.6 seconds.
Like it takes a second to get really good, but
Should we render it?
sure.
Yeah, that's right, camera.
9 seconds. Not worth it for gamers.
No, definitely not.
First, I think we need a bit of a summary on this one.
Yeah.
$50 computer, no.
Docs, Google Docs, sure.
$500 computer though? Dude, if you're gaming at 1080p, like the vast majority of people on Steam are,
100%.
you're fine. And if you're willing to go for a secondhand GPU, you're more than fine. You have a great little machine that can do pretty much everything from light video editing and photo
Cyberpunk?
editing
I mean,
to playing games like Cyberpunk.
Totally.
You can spend $5,000 and you will have a better experience,
And it will look cooler.
and you may even be a slightly better gamer, but not nearly enough to justify the difference in expense.
No.
As for machines like this, well, if you don't know you need it, you don't need it. So you can put your oil prints money away.
Yeah, unless you're like a large language model oil prints
Yeah,
or a 3D rendering
of an
oil
oil
prints.
prints.
Then it's great.
Just like our sponsor.
Squarespace. Whether your business is just getting off the ground or you've been in the dark ages of cold calling for a while, a website will give you that extra push to take things to the next level. That's where Squarespace comes in. Their Squarespace Blueprint guided design system gives you the ultimate starter pack to get the creative juices flowing with professionally curated layout and styling options. Then, once you've laid the foundation, use their Fluid Engine editor and its code-free drag and drop elements to customize to your heart's content. Your website also comes with integrated SEO tools and advanced analytics so you can optimize what's working and identify what might need a little tweaking. You can even set up your website to take payments via credit card, PayPal, and more. So head on over to squarespace.com/LTT for a free trial and save 10% on your first purchase of a website or a domain.
If you guys enjoyed this video, maybe go check out the time we looked at a whole bunch of different price points. It was a number of years ago, but I still think it was pretty illustrative.
It was a very long time ago. $500 though.
Okay. Between all the sponsored products and the army of brands that you've never heard of before, shopping on Amazon these days sucks, especially if you're new to PC building. Look at this. I searched for graphics card, and with prominent placement like this, how could I possibly know that Showkings is not a reputable brand of GPU? I mean, is the Radeon RX 580 even getting driver updates anymore?
Not since January.
It's ridiculous. It makes you wonder, just how bad of a PC would you get if you just searched for each product category, bought the first thing on the list, and threw it all together? I want to know, so I'm going to find out right... Wait, Radeon Ampere architecture? That's an NVIDIA Oh man, these guys are ridiculous. Okay, sorry, right now. And here it is, everything from my waifu power supply to my View Edge monitor and... high quality video card. There is one thing missing though. It's a segue. Oh no, here it is. To our sponsor, Acronis. In an age where the slightest infrastructure vulnerability could open the door to cyber attacks or unrecoverable data loss, Acronis Cyber Protect has your back. Check it out using our link in the video description. Let's kick things off with the only non-sponsored item that managed to top our search results. Or at least sort of top them, because the Ryzen 7 5800X was the only actual CPU that showed up when we typed in CPU. It turns out the Amazon search engine is kind of like your boomer uncle, offering up a selection of random entire computers when you search for CPU. Processor, meanwhile, does give us some sponsored results, but the rule of the game was we had to buy the first valid result for the first keyword we tried, so Ryzen 7 5800X it is. At just $170, it's a great chip for the price and a solid start to what has now become an AM4 journey. However, if you want something a bit more affordable, Central Processing Unit comes up with the 5600X, which includes a Wraith Stealth cooler for extra value. Moving on to our motherboard. The Asus Prime B550M-A Wi-Fi 2 was sponsored and was the first of our many sponsored results. We'll talk about what this sponsored tag means a little bit later, but for now, it's not really a problem. While this board may not have the highest end features like PCIe Gen 5, it's certainly a decent board and should fit perfectly into the vast majority of PC cases. Next up, DDR4 RAM nets us a pretty decently spec'd kit from, oh boy, Oloy? Well, thankfully, whether you've heard of them or not, they seem to be a perfectly cromulent memory supplier. Not only are they extensively reviewed on Amazon, this kit having almost 8,000 ratings, but Tom's Hardware ran an article a few years ago with promising results. That is, at least until they looked into support. Oloy describes their warranty as limited lifetime, but doesn't elaborate on their website on what exactly those limits are. And when Tom's reached out, they discovered that they only provide brand new replacements for any failed sticks for 1 year, and after the 3rd year, they reserve the right to charge you for any repairs. Technically, that can legally be described as a limited lifetime warranty. It just demonstrates that Oloy's attitude toward customer service is less, trust me, bro, and more, good luck, bro. What about storage? Oh, another good result with the Crucial T500 2 terabyte at the top of our list. It's got 4.7 stars with over 3,200 ratings, and the bad ones are mostly upset about DOA drives, which do happen from time to time, and the lack of an included M.2 screw. Though in fairness to Crucial, SSD mounting hardware is supposed to be included with your motherboard, so once again, I'm happy with Amazon's search results. They're 3 for 4. Wait a second, does my motherboard include SSD mounting hardware? It's certainly not on the board, and I don't remember seeing any accessories in here. Oh, there they are. Yep, we're good. Of course, if you've spent more than 2 minutes on Amazon in the last year, you knew that wasn't gonna last forever. So let's see our result for CPU cooler. Ah, the SE214 XT ARGB from ID Cooling. Actually, can't really fault the value here. 4 heat pipes, $18? That's like $4.50 a heat pipe. And it's got a respectable 4.6 star rating, with most of the complaints focusing on what I feel are insignificant issues, like a cheap feeling backplate and, bad instructions. Oh, and not receiving AM4 mounting hardware. One moment, please. This looks pretty complete. Fan mounts, AM4 mounting, but it looks like they're right. There's no instructions. Oh, guys, you gotta look inside the box. The instructions are right there. Yeah, as long as you find all the pieces. This is a pretty nice package at 20 bucks, though that still doesn't make it an obvious win, because for just $15 more, you can get a Peerless Assassin, and that's a really nice cooler. In fact, Amazon seems to acknowledge this, because a couple of results down, they've got that one tagged as their overall pick. With that said, it's not like modern AMD CPUs need a ton of extra cooling for overclocking or anything, so this could end up being the best bang for the buck. Only the results will tell. And look at that. It has addressable RGB on the fan. Moving on to our case. Whoa, Antec! These guys might have had the spotlight stolen by newer players like Fractal, Corsair, and Fantex, but personally, I will always remember them fondly. And after getting acquainted with the DF700, I might just have some fondness today. For just 90 bucks, you get 5 total cooling fans, 3 with RGB on the front, all hooked up to a nice addressable RGB fan controller, and it's got a front panel mesh, built-in cable ties, a removable hard drive sled, and while we don't get rubber grommets for our cable management, the cutouts are rounded so you're not going to scratch or cut either yourself or your cables. It's even got a bit of side ventilation for your power supply and any hard drives you want to chuck in there. Very tasteful, very cool. What's not to like? Well, individual front panel headers, though that's still common in most cases, and not all motherboards use the same layout, so I actually back Antec here. Someone got a dented bottom, some faulty fans and lights. Ooh, one person got a fan hub that was allegedly so defective it burnt not 1 but 2 motherboards and a power supply. And as for the middling reviews, most of them thought it was nice but a tad expensive for what it is, which is fair, but if you catch it on sale, what a deal. Now we've just got to power the thing, and that's where our PSU, the XPG Core Reactor 2, comes in. This is another sponsored result, and while XPG might not be familiar to you, they are a branch of ADATA that has actually been around since 2008. This fully modular 650 watt 80 plus gold unit was just $83, which seems fine. We haven't tested any XPG power supplies yet, but the reviews all seem pretty decent and the community seems to like them overall. And this one comes with a 10-year warranty. However, and this is a big however, we found quite a few complaints about either poor warranty and RMA support or customers receiving not 1, but 2 units that were dead on arrival. So maybe you should stick with less sponsored, more trusted brands like EVGA or Seasonic. That wasn't an option for us though. Now, these days you might be thinking, 650 watts, that's a little on the low side, but foreshadowing with this cable I'm running here. Let me put it this way, we aren't gonna be needing any more power than that. Meet the Showkings RX 580, sponsored. I'm talking a GPU that literally isn't even getting driver updates, 8 gigs of VRAM on a 256-bit bus, PCI Express Gen 3. Oh, but this is nice. Dual fans for office and gaming, and a DVI connector for those of you out there like me who buy their monitors out of people's garages. This has got to be remanufactured. I've never even heard of Showkings, but maybe that's just because they're ahead of enjoyment and led the trend. I've just fallen behind. So settle down, slap this 7-year-old GPU in your system and call it a day, I guess. Or maybe don't. In all seriousness, I can't think of a good reason to buy from these guys when there are so many other options out there. Searching for them online brings up almost nothing except, is this brand legit posts? We couldn't even find a company website. And most of our 1-star reviews here have to do with the cards dying over time. You're honestly probably better off just buying something used on eBay, Facebook Marketplace, or our recent sponsor of Scrapyard Wars 9, Java. But we didn't have that option, and thanks to Amazon sponsored products, here we are. Which I guess it's time for us to address. The way it works is basically sellers from around the world will place bids on specific keywords in order to help surface their products when you include those keywords in your searches. Generic keywords like CPU or RAM are generally more expensive, while more specific keywords cost less. And I know that most, if not all of you watching right now, are savvy enough to not just buy the first thing you see, but you would be surprised by how many people do. Amazon claims that the sponsored product system helps turn browsers into buyers. They also claim that because sponsored products only appear when in stock and include trusted Amazon shopping attributes, that they are helping customers make informed browsing and buying decisions. Sure, because when I buy an RX 580 in 2024, I'm informed. Oh wait, we did peripherals too? Oh, now let's check out our peripherals. I guess we'll kick things off with the ViewEdge CS24FK, a 24-inch 1080p 165Hz IPS gaming display. Unlike Showkings, these guys even have a website. We can't find this monitor on their website at the time of filming, so that's something. But realistically, at $90 for these specs, I don't think the product page is going to change too many people's decision. If only the specs were the whole story. The 1-star reviews are hating on everything from the awful speakers to product longevity to viewing angles to response times to you name it. Should we fire it up? Oh, I'm going to need peripherals. And there they are. The gaming essentials from Red Dragon. Red Dragon's one of those brands that 5-6 years ago, we were memeing on their hardware store level quality, but these days, they've actually got some pretty decent products. It's too bad that this isn't one of them. The S1013 and whatever this stupid thing is. The S1013, they're both the S1013. They don't feel great, but somehow they have 46,000 ratings? That's about 10,000 more than when we first mentioned this combo in our Why is everyone buying this keyboard video about 3 years ago. Cool. If only people had watched our video. Well, anyway, let's try it again, shall we?
It's an M601 mouse.
Is it though?
Okay, that says S1013. All right, fine.
I mean, it's hard to complain for 30 bucks, but I'll find a way. To the monitor's credit, it comes with a pretty nice feeling DP cable and it has dual HDMI inputs.
It's pretty good.
And it's light.
Yeah.
I like the case. Actually, that's really nice diffuse RGB on a $20 cooler too. Oh man, this keyboard is awful.
Don't you love membrane?
I'm not even hating on people for having only $30 to spend on a mouse and keyboard. Dude, in Scrapyard Wars,
Yep.
I ended up with what? A G110 and a G502 for about $30 US. That's fine. You got a budget? No problem. Spend it smart. Having a tight budget is all the more reason to spend it. This is not smart spending. This is buying manufactured garbage. Speaking of buying manufactured garbage, what did we pay for this?
Something around $800 for the whole setup.
Yeah.
Mouse, keyboard, monitor, $888, about $890.
You know what's funny about that? Is that is about the budget of the last Scrapyard Wars.
It is, actually, yeah, you're right.
In fairness, this is a way better CPU than I got, but everything else about my system absolutely smokes this
Oh, yeah,
thing.
3070.
I had a 3070.
Well, what about your drive, though? You did not have a 2 terabyte SSD.
Okay, that's true. But I did have a 256 gig SSD and a 750 gigabyte hard drive.
Unacceptable. It's 2024, hard drives suck for gaming.
Doom Eternal, 1080p medium.
Oh, our 1% lows are dipping into like 40 territory.
That's it.
Yeah.
Okay, we thought it was because we didn't have the display turned up to 144 hertz, which is all it does over
Fair.
HDMI. But that's not it. It's that the frame times are so inconsistent that it feels laggy, even though the averages are about 100 frames per second. Interesting.
Yeah, it's going as low as like 47, and then it jumps up to 80, 90, and then back down to 44.
So that's why it feels like under 60. No, wait, 60. Because it's all over the place.
Yeah, and it looked totally fine, like from someone off Axis, but yeah, playing it, I don't know how to explain it. It just feels bad.
Well, the way to explain it is that if you're only getting a frame in the time that it would take to be 40 FPS, that means it's taking 20 milliseconds to deliver that frame. It's gonna feel like lag or like a stutter.
Yeah.
Motherfucker. Fuck, he's outside Long Dog. Ivy. Damn. Ivy. Still Ivy. Fuck, there's two. I believe the last two are Ivy. One's pushing A main. He might go pop. train on it. Ivy. Another I call Ivy. One more lit. Nice. One A. Oh. Upper. Dinked. Out lower. Lower. I think you saw him say. I heard one Ivy. Couple Ivy.